Well, here we are live from Penrith Whitewater Stadium, the 2026 Australian Open, and the first boat on the course, Madeline Blacklock, in the under-16 category, wearing bib number 32, 21 gates for the competitors to negotiate. Most of them are downstream, 6 of them are upstream, and here's one, gate 5, red and white poles. Nicely done by Madeline Blacklock. Early penalty on gate 4. Course designed by Titouan Duprat, Australian team coach, and Andrei Tunka from Czechia, former world champion 2017. Part of a mighty Czech team. It's still mighty, just less mighty without Tunka, who's here coaching. So they've done a good job setting this course. It's more challenging than last week's course, as athletes explained to me yesterday. So the next boat is Stella Davis. She demonstrates good skill through 3 and 4. Lots of spins on the menu today. They're not compulsory, but athletes choose to spin just to make sure they get their body, their head, and part of their boat through the gate. And you'll see lots of variations. That keeps the judges on their toes. And they're good people to thank and be kind to. It's a hot day. You don't want irritated judges. You want kind, considerate, objective judges, and there are plenty of them out there. So don't mess with the officials. So on course, Madeline Blacklock, Stella Davis, now Lucy Casserly. Great to see these youngsters having a good crack at canoe slalom, working her way back up. Just bit off a little bit too much there. Number 30, Lucy Casserly, has to go back for gate 4. She knows the script. Get the gates. So back she goes. 31, that's Stella Davies. There's another spin, getting a little tangled up in 14, but going well. So out of the field of 32, 12 go through to the big final, and the rest into the small final. That's what they call it in the Winter Olympics, big and small. What's funny is that the small final has more boats in it, but never mind. Here we go. Number 29 now on course. That is Lara Wiley. And the first score on the board is for Madeline Blacklock, and 256.42. That's the number. So plenty of activity. Number 30, Lucy Casserly, back on track after that early upset at the top of the course. So time plus penalties. Quite a few clean runs yesterday in the end in the finals, which is good to see. And these little milestones in a young athlete's career are getting to the start line, getting to the finish line, making all the gates, doing the gates well, not hitting any gates, going faster than your competitors. Little steps. Lucy Casserly, despite that little recirc at the top, going quickly. Stella Davis has finished in a 167.31. Good turn, Lara Wiley in the upstream, gate 11, halfway through her run, coming through the finish, Lucy Casserly. She's going to move into second position, 188.56 for Lucy Casserly. Stella Davis leads 167.31. Of course, those times will come down to, I think, in this field, they're going to come to the low 100s, 107 in the C1 heats yesterday. It was a good run. C1 women. So K1 women, one expects a little bit more speed. So faster time. Bib 27 at the top. Finn Stevenson. The tricky part of the course is, well, we might say everywhere, depends who you ask, but the last few gates, 19, 20, 21, a critical combination. There's the nice little surf into gate 2, 1, 2. That's an important move. Lots of tight offset gates or staggers, different clusters of those. The double up on main wave, that's a biggie. So there's lots to think about. Davies still leads from Casterly and Wiley. Madeline Blacklock in 4th. Next to finish is Amelia Watson. So Amelia Watson has made her way through 2/3 of the course as Abigail Watson comes through gates 6, 7, and now 8. Good choices. Make good choices. That applies at every level of canoe slalom. Good line into upstream at gate 2 from bib number 25. Isabella Florison lifting the tempo in these early runs, women's kayak heats. Finn Stevenson going well on the scoreboard, the virtual scoreboard, and that's reflected in her 50.6, new leader, 10 seconds of penalties. Got through all the gates, and 150.6. So in the under 16s, isn't that encouraging? We've got 6 under 16 athletes taking on the Rapids at Penrith Whitewater. So critical sections 15, 16, 17, that little trio of downstream gates we saw yesterday causes a challenge. You've got to bite off a little bit of the stopper, but not too much. Keep the boat flat, get across and perform a spin. At gate 10, Isabella Florison now getting into the second half of her run. Number 24, that's Alicia Berryman. She had a bit of time out from slalom and looks happier for her return now. Good to see Alicia back on the water. Finn Stevenson still leads, 150.6. Stella is in second. Lucy Casterly in third. And one Watson, 282.66. Another Watson, 155.72. So Abigail Watson into second position, a few seconds behind leader Finn Stevenson. Abigail in the under 18s and Amelia in the under 16s. So performance reflecting age to a degree there. Well, Abigail's score adjusted as she's now in 4th. Alicia Berryman gets inside 17, has to nudge the pole to do it, but she makes it. That's important. And through the spin, can she catch the wave, get into the final upstream gate? Here comes Alicia Berryman looking to finish off a good run. She was 11 seconds up on the split, and now she's charging through to the finish. We will pick up her finish time, 1:32.49. So no surprises there as we now get into the senior bracket, so under 23 category for Alicia Berryman, and she moves into the lead. We'll just wait for confirmation from the judges. Some early touch. And next to go, Sophia Alpha. Let's pick up Sophia. She's down at the bottom of the course wearing bib number 23. Coming through to the finish. This is a fast run from Great Britain. Sophia Alpha in the under 23 category. Just needing to refresh the scores. Great to have young international paddlers. I had a message from her mum overnight saying, is there a live stream? And yes, there is. You go to the Paddle Australia YouTube. There you go. You can find that link. And Sophia Alpha into the lead with a 1:18.32. That's a pretty handy score early in the field. Top 12 to go through. And we're not quite halfway. 6 seconds of penalties. Gate 1, 10 and 15. Now, I'm joined by a refreshed Rosalind Lawrence.
Good morning, Richard. I was just double checking my time compared to Justin Woodcock, unfortunately.
All right, let's talk about that. 121.24 for Bucock and 122.61 for Lawrence. Clean run from Ros Lawrence. A penalty for Bucock. So you got him in the C1, which was what we knew Justin for, but in the kayak, he's got you.
Yeah, although C1 is his specialty, I think he's been doing K1 for the past few years.
Well, great to see you out there doing the forerunning, getting the judges warmed up and the systems as well. Any tips for these competitors in the K1 women's heats?
Yes, don't neck gate 20. But Richard, speaking of Bucocks, we have Freya Bucock at the top of the course, heading into that stagger move under the bridge. Freya is heading into a year at university to do paramedics, which is pretty exciting. I'm a bit jealous, actually, down in Tassie.
Excellent. I feel safer already with that knowledge. And Sophia Alpha still leads. No, she doesn't. Minazova, Alzu Minazova from the AIN has just dropped in a good score, 116.91 from the independent athlete. And Sophia Alpha, Great Britain, the under-23 athlete, now into second position. Maria Sokolova, AIN, in third, 122.2. So good scores dropping in as we move towards the halfway point in the field. Bib 19, Ada Mackie on course. So we've seen Freya Bucock. She's still racing towards the finish. So Australians and Ada Mackie. Then Cody Davidson. So 3 young Aussies in a row.
So great to see these Aussie girls. They've progressed into the under-23 ranks now after competing for several years as juniors. And we've seen all of the junior women come down so far from Australia, plenty from Penrith. We have Finn from Tassie representing, a couple from Melbourne. So exciting to see all these girls crushing the course out there. It's a very challenging course, but most of them have had a hit out there C1 already yesterday.
Absolutely. Freya Bucock has finished in 5th at this stage of the race, 1:44.52. 12 seconds of penalties in there. We've seen Ada Mackie demolish gate 9, but if you demolish the gate, you still get scored the same. It's a touch. It's 2 seconds, but I don't know if you picked that up. Both poles were swinging wildly, and that's the only blemish in terms of penalties on the board for Ada Mackie. Going strongly now and into the final section. Goes for the safety of the eddy on the far side of the course and surfs into the last gate. So Ada Mackie finishing up, just 1 penalty on her sheet, and she's going to move into around the 4th or the 5th, 130.15. That is 4th position provisionally for Ada Mackie. at this stage of the race. They are coming down at 1 intervals, so there's plenty of action, sometimes 3 boats on the course. Oh, that's tricky for Cody. She's clipped gate 18 before 17. Talk us through that, Ross.
Yeah, through that move, 16 into 17, you've really got to carry the speed in the right direction and time your jump stroke. If you're a little bit low, you have to paddle around for 17. We saw Ada Mackie do a fast version of what Cody did. So it's a bit of a challenge down the bottom of the course, some tough stagger moves right when the fatigue is kicking in.
Absolutely, and that move costing Cody Davidson dearly. 181.92 is her score on course now. It is Kurumi Ito from Japan.
Yeah, we have a tradition of these Japanese paddlers coming out to Aussie each summer doing our races. We really love to have them here. Sometimes the junior under 23s do a couple of training sessions with our juniors, so it's a great friendship with all of the nations really that are coming out here in the summer to train. If you're in Europe looking at the weather, it is muggy. I reckon it's about 99% humidity right now.
Absolutely, it's sticky. And here comes Ito through to the line, and she goes into third position, 121.0. 6 seconds of penalties in there. You mentioned the Japanese coming out. I remember them going to Kmart buying $200 bikes and then riding around Penrith with their paddling helmets on. So you know it's race season when you see Japanese bike riders with slalom helmets. Here comes Sarah Crosby wearing bib number 18, very fast in and out of gate 5.
Such a stylish young paddler. Sarah's from Melbourne but now lives in Penrith. You can see how much work she puts into her technique, and so strong as well. Hopefully it's going to be a really fantastic run from Sarah, kicking in the speed above the main wave mood there.
Absolutely, an early penalty, very early in the game at gate 1, but paddling well, good on the double up. She was 1.5 down on the split of Minnesota, so that was the penalty. So she's paddling fast, 2 seconds in the penalty, running the ups nicely. And through to the finish, 126.34 for Masumi Ochi. So Japan in 3 and 5. Leader Minnesota from the AIN. Sophia Alpha from Britain in second, and Japan in third through Kurumi Ito. So internationals 1, 2 and 3. And next to finish will be Sarah Crosby.
Sarah Crosby coming into that finish line as we see Georgie O'Callaghan at the top of the course. Her paddling's really matured over the past year. For these girls, having that home World Championships was a real boost.
And here comes Sarah Crosby finishing off her run. Very good through the middle section of the course. A little untidy at the finish, but through strongly towards the finish line. 123.83. Moves into fourth position with 4 seconds, 6 seconds, 8 seconds. They're dropping in, unfortunately, for Sarah Crosby. Plus 8, 127.83, sixth position, and 10 seconds off the lead from Minnesota. And next on course and in form, Roz, in form, Georgia O'Callaghan.
Coming in nicely into that spin in gate 17 there. Georgie's got a key move to finish off at the bottom. Hopefully she'll crush it.
Great race yesterday in the canoe, 5th position in the final. She's got some work to do. She was in the kayak final last week. Good finish. Holds on around the last upstream cleanly, and away she goes. She's plus 6 in time, and that's the penalties. Crossing now, and 120.82 goes into third position, and with 13 boats to go, sweating.
Fingers crossed for Georgie O'Callaghan. Courtney Williams from New Zealand on course, And at the top of the course, we also have Aki Yazawa from Japan.
Yazawa, experienced competitor, and many times we've seen Yazawa here. And the same for Courtney Williams, and Courtney daintily, I would say, around 17, keeping off those poles with great care, but she did go around the back, so lost a little bit of time, plus 7.5 on the split. The top three, 116.9, that's the lead, Minazova, and they're within 4 seconds of each other. So there are some gaps to fill. Courtney Williams through the finish. She'll be outside the top three and goes into 5th position. 123.73 for Courtney Williams. A couple of penalties in there and that little loop around 17.
Aki Yazawa here in the middle section. She's paddling through this course like it's no problem at all. She looks so smooth and in control. Such an experienced racer. Aki knows how to put down a solid first run.
And that's all she needs, 116.91, and we are now into the final 12. So the race is between Alzu Minazova, 116.91, the current leader, and on course, Aki Yazawa, looking solid, as you say, Roz. And here she comes into the final up. Gets a good turn and away to the finish. Yazawa is going to take the lead, finishing in a time of 111.69. New leader from Japan and the first qualifier provisionally into the final, Aki Yazawa.
Great paddling there from Aki, and we have our Czech competitors next on course. So Klara Mazkova around that middle section and Amelie Hilgertova hitting it out at the top. We'll expect to see some fantastic paddling from these two.
Absolutely. We've got our first marker though, 111.69. That's what you need, 111.68 guaranteed a final. Bib 11 it is. Klara Mrazkova. Next to finish, clean run so far, 3 seconds adrift on the split, but a good turn. This is a nice move in the kayak. You can see them picking up that diagonal. A much tighter upstream to finish for the Czech, Klara Mrazkova. And off to the finish. 1:15.24 goes into second. 3 seconds behind leader Yazawa of Japan.
Amelie Hilgertova at the middle section, coming into the jacks feature, looking smooth. She's picked up one penalty provisionally, going direct there in 14:15. It's great to see some of the women pushing the limits, going direct on some of these tricky moves.
Well, 17 is a tricky move in the kayak. In the canoes, we saw the boat sitting up better on top of the hole there, and then once again this move being a challenge in the kayak for many, and then stuck in the eddy on the far side. She's got to get a move on, Hilgertova, and looking for a finish now. 1:11 is the lead. She's outside of that. 1:15 is second. She's down below into 5th position, 119.24. Just ahead of Georgia O'Callaghan. So patience is all they can play now as a card. After Hilgertova, it is Ria Shribar who started fast and is up on the splits, at least at the top.
Ria Shribar, such an exciting paddler. She races for the US. She has some Slovenian heritage, and I think she really blends the best of both those styles. So strong. When Ria Shribar is on a good run, she's one to watch. At the top of the course, Katarina Bekova, another Czech paddler, laying down the challenge.
This is a good run from Ria Shribar of the United States of America, charging through to the line. 1:11.6 the time to beat, and she does it. 1:09.97, new leader from the USA, Ria Shribar. Clean run. And that pushes Yazawa down into second, Mrazkova in third, Minazova in fourth. 8 boats still to finish. So those 4, Shribar, Yazawa, Mrazkova, Minazova, currently qualified. Yeah, so steady is sometimes the go, slowing the boat up so the water can pick you up and hold you and allow you to get in high on that spin. Here we go into the finish upstream. Last turn for Katerina Bekova, kite cross winner last week. She crosses in a 1:17, goes into 5th position. So they're packing in around the low teens, high teens, I should say, 17s, 18s, 19s. George O'Callaghan now in 8th with 7 to finish.
On course now, our 2 Slovak competitors. Zuzana Pankova had a fantastic race yesterday. Sonja Stanovska at the top, absolutely shredding in the K1s. 2 such exciting paddlers. The Slovaks for decades have been showing slalom technique at its best.
Well, we saw that yesterday from Pankova. A little scrappier in the kayak, but fast enough to qualify. 109.97 the lead from Shribar. She's outside that score, but comfortably into 3rd. 112.65, carrying 4 seconds of penalties. So 108 was the raw time. Still to come, Stanovska, Fox, Eckhart, Hochevaz, Zvolinska and Woods. So Stanovska through into the second half. And at the top of the course, Naomi Fox for Australia. She'll be followed by Kate Eckhart. So Aussies back-to-back, Roz.
Yep, get your cheer squad out. Aussies are on course in this top end of the women's K1 field. Naomi Fox is charging down. We can expect an exciting run for her. And Kate Eckhart as well. She's back up from Tassie to show what she's got in this canoe slalom.
Runs around the back of 9, gets a good run across, flowing the boat nicely on the double up. Naomi Fox now halfway through her run, close to the time, split time of Shribar. Stanovska 1:17.65 goes 6th. Well, I thought she was going to go forwards there. Naomi Fox gets into 17 high, but importantly above the gate, 3.4 up on the split time. Kate Eckhart at the top of the course now. And 1 gate to go for Naomi Fox. New leader in the making. 109.97 the time to beat. The sprint for the finish line and through to the final. 105.94. New leader for Australia as Kate Eckhart now follows and attacks the second half of the course, carrying a little bit of baggage, Roz.
Couple of touches there for Kate, but she is charging. It's her signature style. I don't think you ever see Kate paddling anything less than 100%.
Absolutely, and goes forwards, direct line. You talked about that, 14, 15. You like it?
Oh, it's fun to watch, but far too much energy for me to try myself. Luckily, Kate nailed it. Did she just go direct in 17?
She just went direct.
That was impressive.
16, 17, 18. She nailed it, and she's drifted away a little bit on the split and carrying another penalty there. So she's got to get a move on. I think she has enough time in hand to go through to the final, and I can see a good final coming from Kate Eckhart. Charging through to the finish line, 114.47 in 5th position. Through to the final for Kate Eckhart. Wait for her to unleash in that final.
Absolutely. I think there's more in the tank for both Naomi and Kate. They're so comfortable on this course, but it's going to be an exciting final with these big names on the start list.
Well, that was the move of the race so far was Kayak from 16, 17, 18.
Yeah, and made her look like a piece of cake as well.
You go, girls. That's what Rosie's thinking. She's going, I like it. Number 2 on course, bib 2, world champion from Poland, Klaudia Zwolinska. Spins on the 7, but ahead of her it is Eva-Alina Hocheva, out of the last upstream, clean so far, 105.94 the time to beat for the lead. She won't beat that, but she'll go into second position with a 108.91. Good run, clean run for Eva-Alina Hocheva from Slovenia. She wasn't happy yesterday with her C1, I thought. I saw her in a bit of distress. And today, coming out firing second at the moment. Zwolinska on course and Woods too. So big guns, the back end of this kayak field.
Zwolinska with her signature style, those long strokes, absolute control over her edges, looking effortless.
A little sticky though in 17, plus 3.3 on the second split, but Fox nearly 3 seconds out in front. So Zwolinska on track, gets across nicely into the last up, tight on the inside pole, away to the finish, cruising still. No panic, no rush, no drama. Zwolinska goes fourth, 110.48, qualifies for the final, sweating it in 12th position from Great Britain, Sophia Alpha, and her mentor is Kim Woods. Well, I've made that one up. I'm thinking the mentor is Kim Woods. Why wouldn't it be? Kim Woods clipping, just casually clipping 15 with her back. Gets a good run across though. There's the spin. That's still fast, Ross. I'm not sure the direct is flashy, but that spin by Woods was really quite something. And Woods finishing off strongly. She's +4 on the second. And that's 4 seconds a penalty. So on the speed of the leader, Naomi Fox, she's going to finish into third or fourth. Third position it is for Kim Woods, 109.76, plus 3.82 in time. So the fastest individual run, raw time, from Kim Woods, but 4 seconds added to her score. She goes third. So qualifiers, let's go from 12th and up. Katerina Bekova, Czechia, is will be the first boat to start in the final, last to qualify. 117.76. That was what it took to make the final. So Bekova in 12th. Stanovska from Slovakia in 11. Minazova of the independent athletes in 10. Mrazkova from Czechia in 9. Kate Eckhart, Australia in 8th. Zuzana Pankova, Slovakia in 7. Aki Yazawa, Japan in 6. Klaudia Zwolinska, the world champion, in 5. Ria Shriba, USA in 4. Kimberly Woods, Great Britain in 3. Eva-Alina Hocheva, Slovenia in 2. And the fastest on the course in the heats was Naomi Fox. So exciting times, but stay tuned because those times can change when the judges get their microscopes out, Ros.
Provisional results, of course. Of course, now we have the K1 men heats. Kai Stafford from WA charging into the main wave move, saying hello to Jai Deves. Keep going, Jai. You've got this. Great to see our youngsters out there on this challenging course we have. Course designers Titouan Duprat, Andre Tunka have set a tricky puzzle for our racers, but we saw the C1s carving it up yesterday. Roland Hammer from Tasmania at the top of the course, looking smooth so far. Part of a strong contingent of paddlers from Tasmania, the South Island of Australia. If you haven't been, it's definitely worth a look. You may get snow in February, however. Lewis Kayak at the top of the course. The cheer squad's out in force. Thanks to all of the parents who have brought their kids from around the country, providing that support and transport, financial support as well, very important. Absolutely nailing the stopper move. Now coming into that last section at the bottom of the course. Tom B.O. in the middle section, charging through this run. He's always got a friendly say hello, give him a cheer. And at the top of the course, Jake Werrett from Tasmania. We've nearly got all states on course at once. Tom B.O. looking good in the stopper move at the bottom. Cruising through there. Shout out to Jake Werrett's dad, Tim. He coaches a group down in Tassie. Countless hours of coaching go into the success of these young paddlers, getting them confident on this massive whitewater. At the top of the course, Benjamin Ross, who we normally see in C1, looking snazzy in K1. Good to see Ben knows what to do with that second blade. I haven't seen him touch a gate. Probably has a dual class bet on with some of the other paddlers. A little bit of water kicking up there. Benjamin ducking, weaving through gate 14, 15, going direct. Crushing it. And Ben goes direct on gate 17. He's showing these K1 paddlers how it's done. Ben Ross goes into the lead with a time of 1:10.99 ahead of Kai Stafford, who has 1:32.10. Lewis Kayak is in third with 1:53.74. Tom Bio unfortunately picking up a 50-second penalty there provisionally, 1:66.27, followed by Jake Werrett, Roland Hever, and Jai Deeves. At the top of the course, we have Simon Watson and Maximus Karamzalis. I hope the cheer squad's out for Simon Watson. He is an absolute trooper. Maximus just a little low in gate 17 there. We have Zach Gasella coming out of that main wave section, and at the top of the course, Toby Watkins. Many of these young paddlers are going for National Development Squad junior team selection. Some of them are having a fantastic time enjoying this whitewater, beautiful sunny day in Penrith. Zach Casella goes for the spin at the bottom section. Toby Watkins coming into the main wave move. So much fun. These Tassie paddlers are used to big whitewater. It's a fantastic venue at Brady's Lake in Tasmania. It's well worth a look. Even bigger and faster than Penrith Whitewater Stadium, if you believe it. At the top of the course, Vít Dvorak from the Czech Republic. Zach Casella moved into second position with a time of 1:28.7 We may be seeing Benjamin Ross's time holding up for a while yet. Reese McRae from WA at the top of the course. Necking gate 2. He's looking strong so far. We have Vit Dvorak heading into the last 3 gates, cruising through that direct. He may be challenging Ben Ross's time. Ben was a 1:10.99. Vit going in 0.01 seconds ahead of Ben. 1:10.98 from the Czech paddler. Such tight racing already. I think Ben needed one more direct to get the edge. At the top of the course, Munro McQueen from Tasmania. Reese McRae charging for the finish line. Held it together for the direct at the bottom there. He's gone into 3rd position, 1:17.43 with a clean run. Very impressive from the young paddler from WA. Munro McQueen is chasing him down, and at the top of the course, Alex Redlich, who was looking very stylish in the C1 yesterday.
Well, in the lead, Vit Dvorak from Czechia, 1:10.98. It's tight at the top, 100th of a second. Down in second place, Benjamin Ross, doing it in the kayak. Reese McRae, as Ross said, 1:17.43 in 3rd position. The young guns stacking in there, Redlich and then Luca Tavarasa next to go. Early stages in this race. We're on 2 pages, 51 athletes, and we whittle them down to 12 into the big final, and the rest go in the small final. This race also counting for Australian team selection, and who knows if anyone else is selecting off this, but Australia is. So we are a dozen boats in, and scoreboard being led by Vit Dvorak. Lots of Czechs here, Roz.
They have that signature style in the upstreams, which is really impressive to watch.
We should have a best boat on course competition, and I think a contender for that will be Luca Tavarasa. If you look at his boat, it's very bright and colourful, and I wonder if he spends as much time designing his colour schemes as perfecting his strokes. But he was very neat and tidy yesterday, and he is the same. Great student of the lines and paddling well. 3 seconds up on the top split and coming through. Catches a little bit of an edge there, but safely through 16-17 for Luca Tavarasa and through to the bottom section. His advantage has diminished by a little, and he just needs to pick up this diagonal and get that surf, and he does it. Nice dry boat, fast line through and in to the finish sprint for the new leader, potential new leader. 1:10.98 the time to beat, and he does it. 1:10.84 for Luca Tavarasa. Clean run, Roz. That's great. Not just a fancy boat.
Very impressive from Luca. He has come back from a bit of injury, so fantastic to see him out there putting down such a solid run. Now on course, Rob McConnell fantastic to see Rob out here each year. He's missing his training partner, Mike Lau. Shout out to Mike. Wish you were here.
Yeah, the old boys club. Great to see everyone racing. And at the top of the course, chasing down Rob McConnell is Adam Semerad from Czechia. 3 seconds up on the split. Remember, early days, we've had 16 finishes out of 51, 53. So still a long way to go. Rob going solidly into the final upstream and away through to the finish. Good run, just a few touches. Semerad, meanwhile, cleaning up the course. And he goes through to the finish stretch, Semerad. That's it, out of the spin. Clean so far, 9 seconds up on the split now, 9 seconds up, so that's a low 100. Who is going to be the first sub 100? It's going to come early, I suspect, and it could be from this Czech athlete, as Adam Semerad finishes in 98.36, the new leader for Czechia, ahead of Luka Tavarasa from Australia and Vít Dvorak from Czechia. So Czechs 1 and 3, and an Aussie sandwich in the middle.
Callan Grady at the top of the course. Was fantastic to see him out in C1 yesterday. Sweeping through gate 11. Callan works at Penrith Whitewater Stadium. A familiar face to all, I'm sure. Also on course, Chris Tubb.
Chris Tubb, is he still the president? I think so. Of Western Sydney Whitewater Club, Chris Tubb. And Shirley Tubb is in the, shout out to Shirley, she's in the control cabin doing the scoring, along with Beck Davidson and many others. So Chris, good on the technology front, but pretty handy with the paddle too, Ros, and he's going well, neat and tidy up top. And he got the better of me at the early race this year, January club race. So I better do some more training. But good on Chris, and he, you know, his race within the race will be Rob McConnell, 137.04. No team that they're being selected for, just line honours in the Masters. And Chris Tubb, the upper hand so far with a clean sheet.
Hunter Florison at the top of the course. Another family of paddlers. We had Izzy Florison out this morning. You may notice she has a new pair of earrings for every race run. Parents Beck and Scott are here volunteering today, as are so many others.
Are you saying Chris Tubb doesn't have a new pair of earrings for every race run? He might. He just clipped his first gate, gate 17, but he's been going well. 22 seconds adrift on the split, noting that Rob McConnell is 38 seconds adrift. So I would say here, if he can get off the wall and out of the eddy into the last upstream, Chris Tubb could win that little challenge. But it's come apart a little bit for him as he goes through the finish. 137.04, his time to beat, and he's just outside. Penalties at the bottom, 140.68 for Chris Tubb.
Pretty close to Rob McConnell. And Callan Grady, if you're out there, you went into second position, 110.39. Hunter Florison on a smooth run coming into this last section at the bottom.
Just 3 clean runs so far, but Hunter Florison going to add to that score, I believe. He's through the last gate, through to the finish, and 111.63 for Hunter Florison into 6th position, just behind Ben Ross and just in front of Rhys McRae. Semerad Czech leads, Callan Grady Australia in second, Luka Tavarasa Australia in third. Dvorak Czech now in 4th, Ross in 5th, and here comes Warwick Draper forwards. Brave lines through 16, 17, 18, but at what cost?
Picking up a couple of penalties there, but as you said before, Richard, he gets the kudos for going direct. Further up the course, Tristan Carter, C1 specialist, up on the split. Is it down or up? He's going faster.
Well, we say up, but it's a slower time. He is fast in the kayak, Tristan Carter. Deceptively.
The master of smooth lines, they work well regardless of the class.
Well, Draper, the run slipping away towards the bottom, a few penalties, 10 seconds of penalties in that total. His C1 was cleaner, 1:14.27 his total. Without those touches, he would be sitting in second. That's what he goes for. He likes to upset the apple cart. Tristan Carter, meanwhile, having been up on the first split, he's picked up a penalty, slipped away a little through the middle, and working hard to get out of that last up a little bit more. Effort required now at the end of the course. A good run yesterday in the C1, hitting it on the podium. 1:04.55, though, second place for Tristan Carter at this early stage, 1:04.55.
Coming into the middle section now, Bradley Wood, who has the most beautiful boat. Watch out, I'm going to steal it.
Another entry for the most beautiful boat competition. Bradley Wood dancing with the poles and coming down now to Jack's jump, 16-17. Beautifully done, gets a nice kick across, whips the boat around, and a little bit of inattention on 17 brings him another penalty. So 8 seconds on his score already, 4 gates to go for Bradley Wood. Fergus Page Brown at the top of the course. Let's watch this youngster, under 18 from Tasmania, in the double up. Yesterday, winner of the under 18 C1 category, Fergus Page Brown.
Yeah, Fergus has gone from strength to strength in C1 since an initial selection to the junior team in C1 a couple of years ago. He's also fabulous paddler in K1, looking smooth through 16, 17, 18.
Absolutely, getting a nice kick across. I thought he was going forwards there, but he played it safe, did the spin, finishing this run.
We've had Bradley Wood slot into 10th position, 1:18.58.
And here comes Fergus Page Brown out of the last gate. He had a bit of a wobble into the final upstream. He's going to be outside the top 3, and he goes into 8th position, 1:12.61. And just a little, I don't know what it was, a little edginess at the finish line. Here comes James Stamp. Good lines through 14-15. Clean so far. Young Stamp goes forwards through 17, but he's got to fight back for 18. Pulls it off clean through that trio of downstream gates, 3.6 adrift, but there's a gap at the top between first and second of some 6 seconds. So Stampy finishing it off well, super fast, super tight on the last up, away to the finish. 98.36 the lead. He's outside Semerad, but he's just going to squeeze ahead of Tristan Carter. 1:04.05 into second place. Clean run for James Stamp.
Very solid paddling there from the youngster. We have Stepan Cernik from the Czech Republic in the middle section of the course. Sevan Bio about to start.
Double take on gate 2 for Savan Bio. And now he's got a motor on down, and there's a touch on that. Very tight, very fast on 5. A mistake at the top of the course, and now he's unleashing his inner speed, knowing that he doesn't have room for error. Direct through 6, 7, and 8. So 4 seconds adrift on the split based on that early tussle, and another touch there. So Savannio on the podium in the 18 C1, looking for the same in the kayak, but work to do through the middle section. So we'll stay with Savan. It's unraveling a little bit, so this is so difficult on a meaningful run. You got to hold it, leave those mistakes behind, center, refocus, finish the run off strongly, plus 13. The race within the race is with Fergus, Page, Brown, and others. And a good finish here from Savan Bio. If he can get in and out of the final up and away to the finish, good turn. And he's cleaned the last third of the course, so he's reeling it back in. 1:12.46 goes into 10th position, just behind Hunter Florison and just ahead of Fergus Page Brown. Three boats still to finish, 12 to go through to the A final. The leader is Adam Semerad of Czechia. There's a gap into second, which is occupied, second position occupied by James Stamp and then Tristan Carter. So 98.36 the lead. David Beck from Deutschland, a little bit messy at the top, looking better towards the finish, but too much edge and a little, well, lack of concentration, and he picks up a penalty on the last gate, the German, and 1:17.38, 13th and out. But next to come is a Yu Mishima.
Yu Mishima looking like he's on a solid run, still charging direct through 14. Higher up the course, Martin Panza from the Czechia, sorry. Showing how long I've been around in this sport.
Czechia, that's come out of, into our vocabulary recently. Czechia. Mishima from Nippon, Japan, through to the finish. This is a good run, and he's looking to fill that gap between Semarad in first and Stamp in second. He's outside though into fourth for Ryu Mishima of Japan. So a little bit of a problem for Martin Panza of Czechia. Well, Mark Crosby gets his kayak campaign at the Australian Open underway, and it's a good little pack of Aussies here. Mark Crosby, Merle Long, Dom Curtin, Riley Galea, these young guns on fire on this Penrith Whitewater course. And Crosby up on that top split, a little tight on 9. Needs to settle it in, but good fast paddling.
Absolutely, and Mark's also a mechanical engineering student. He loves learning about quantum physics and space. He knows all the ins and outs about how to make that boat move.
Well, there's a lot of science to sport, but there's also the art. And the art now is one of creating a strong final section for Mark Crosby. He's 5 seconds adrift on the split. A little bit offline through those staggers. 4 gates to go for the Australian. 1, 2, 3 into the last upstream for Mark Crosby and through to the finish. But unfortunately, gate 15, he won't be happy with that 50-second penalty for Mark Crosby on gate 15, added to his score. 98.89 the raw time, plus the penalties in 25th position. Let's see Merle Long, the next challenger.
Merle had such a fantastic race in Kayak Cross last weekend, and it looks like fearless paddling from Merle so far, cutting those tight lines around the upstreams.
Fearless, courageous, powerful, all these words, but careless as well, coming through into the final section, the double down, and it's a good turn, 16, 17. Let's go Merle Long across the pool, got to dig in deep. There's still 18 boats to finish, so he needs to be up high on the leaderboard, out of the last up, chasing the line, 98.36 the time to beat. He's outside that, but he will go into second position. Merle Long, 102.67. 102.67 with 18 boats to go. 12 go through to the final.
Plenty of flair there from Merle on course, and coming out of the main wave section, Dom Curtin. A little more measured in his approach, but this may work well for him. Unfortunately, a couple of touches at the top of the course.
Neatly through 14-15, Dom Curtin. And Riley Galea whipping it around at gate 5. So speed on show from these Australians. Curtin, a lot of work to do. The split time showing a deficit. There is just one more gate to go, and it's a tight turn out of the 21 that sees Curtin chasing the line. He's a drift of the marker set by Merle Long for Australia. 98.36 Semerad. Curtin into 11th. 111.10. Not his day in the kayak, but still a day ahead for Riley Galea, going well. Riley Galea pulls off the direct, 16, 17, 18, making up for a little adjustment that was required on 14, and 4 seconds adrift. It's a good run building here for Riley Galea. If he can get away quickly to the finish line, he will be close to Merle Long, 102.67, but stalled a little bit on the final turn. 102.97 for Riley Galea into third position.
Very solid paddling from Riley at the top of the course. A couple of wobbles down the bottom, but he managed to pull through. Rankings at the moment, Adam Semerad from the Czech Republic in the lead, Merle Long in second, Riley Galea third, James Stamp fourth, Tristan Carter fifth, all provisional, of course.
To his name. And this is Michal Kopeček, in fact. Kopeček from Czechia. And he's coming into the final upstream. Clean sheet so far. 2.6 adrift on the second split. In contention on the lead of Adam Semerad. Will he make it 98.36 outside, but he'll go second. 100.74 for Michal Kopeček. 100.74, 2.38 behind the leader, Adam Semerad, and a little bit of almost 2 seconds ahead of Merle Long. Space at the top.
Seb Montalto, a very stylish paddler. He's got flair. Unfortunately, also a couple of penalties at the moment. Can he crush this bottom section?
2 seconds plus a red flag on the split. Flies through 19 and 20 into the last upstream. Seb Montalto, popular with the crowd through to the finish. It's a fast run, but unfortunately the penalties are not that friendly. 1:48.79. He's 50 seconds adrift, and that's gate 5, where he was judged to have incorrectly negotiated. And now it is Rudolfa, Martin Rudolfa, still to come. Kozlov from AIN, Shmurnov from the AIN, Novak from Czechia, Tanaka, Japan, Muto, Japan, Pope, Australia, Srabotnik, Slovenia, Anderson, Australia, Hocheva, Slovenia, Butcher, New Zealand, Krejci, Czechia, Delfor, Australia, and Priskovic. Rudolfa on course now, and he'll be followed by the independent athletes Kozlov and Shmurnov. So Kozlov and Shmurov on course for the independent athlete nations. They're staying another week. I spoke to one of their officials. They are tired, he said. They're training hard and they're racing. So following Kozlov, Smirnov, Matthias Novak, who's really come to the fore in the kayak cross, on the podium last week in the kayak cross and internationally. He's ranked 60th in the world in kayak slalom. And then we go to the fast Australians, Pope, Anderson, Delfor. Still to come. So far, best Australian is Merle Long in third position, 4 seconds adrift of the time set by Semerad. I don't think that's going to be enough, but Shmurnov is the 12th starter, so soon when he finishes, we'll be qualifying and we'll know what it takes. He's got 6 seconds of penalties, so Semerad looks like he's going to be the first qualifier into the final, then 2 behind is Merle Long, so he'll be counting and watching.
An exciting time for Merle. We saw Ivan Kozlov slot into 5th position with a time of 1:03.62.
So Smirnov coming through to the finish. Is it Semerad or Shmurnov? And it is Semerad who will be the first qualifier easily, 98.36. Next in line is Michal Kopicek. So from Czechia, there's 2 Czechs, 1 and 2 at the moment, but Kopicek being challenged by Novak for the next position as a qualifier for the final. So let's see, Novak going well, up on the first split. This next split will be a marker, but penalties not helping the Czech athlete. 3 seconds adrift now on the second split, so looking better for Kopicek. Novak goes second though, 99.73, strong finish. So that deficit was adjusted to 1.37 in the final section of the course. So strong finish from Matthias Novak. Czechia 1, 2, and 3. Come on, Japan. Let's see what you got. Tanaka, Yuki Tanaka, Yuzuki Muto. They are on course now, and Tanaka was super fast on the top section despite a penalty, but through the middle just coming unstuck as the judges hand down the sanctions. Tanaka is copping it. But Muto, Yuzuki Muto, bib number 9, fast at the top as we look at the splits.
Yusuke Muto on an impressive run so far. Tight in gate 9, a little bit of time in gate 10, but still absolutely in with a shot for the race lead according to the splits.
I reckon he's neat, he's tidy, he's quick, nimble, forward through 16, 17, 18. Nothing's flustering him. Ben Pope now on course at the top, coming into 5 as Muto throws down his challenge for a berth in the final. Good fast finish, but hits the last gate. Muto has work to do. He's slipped to a second behind, and then the penalty, so he won't go into the lead. He goes second though, 98.71 with 4, carrying 4 seconds of penalties. Yuzuke Muto, Czechia, Japan, Czechia, Australia. Merle Long now in 5th position, 8 to finish. So Australia looking to get the first qualifier. Is it Ben Pope, who is at gate 11, or is it Merle Long?
Ben Pope looking very solid so far, pushing that leading time on the splits. Yusuke Muto actually, I think, had the fastest raw time. He's got a 98.71 with 4 seconds of penalties. That was a 94.71, which just goes to show what time is still out there. These top men will be absolutely chasing that. Ben Pope charging for the finish line to the cheers of the crowd.
New leader, 95.45 for Benjamin Pope of Australia. Through to the final, 95.45. Pope leads Semerad from Czechia, and then Muto of Japan now 3rd. Merle Long in 6th, Riley Galea in 7. 7 boats to finish, including Tim Anderson and Lucien Delfour.
Martin Srabotnik from Slovenia in that middle section. Always one to watch, looking fast on the split so far. Tim Anderson wearing so much white, I can barely see him against that white water. Looking fast in gate 5.
Quick as a flash through the downstream gates. 6, 7 and 8. Tim Anderson on song, up on the first split. But so was Srabotnik. Srabotnik comes through into second, 96.0 into second position and through to the final as Tim Anderson dances across the wave between 9 and 10. Still going well, the Australian. Following Anderson, Zingaling Hucheva. No switching in his kayak, but plenty of speed, ducking and diving from the Slovenian. Watch out for that. Here he comes.
Solid paddling from Tim Anderson as he comes into the bottom section of the course. Zhigalin Hoshevar at the top, always an exciting racer. Tim charging through the direct, coming to the last gate, a little low, but he may have time to dance with.
Tim Anderson dropped an edge, a little wobble, but nothing to worry about. He's going through into first position, 94.53 for Timothy Anderson, through to the final ahead of Ben Pope, who is in second, Martin Srabotnik in third, Semerad in fourth, Muto in fifth, Novak in sixth, Kopacek in seventh. 5 boats to finish. Merle Long is next in waiting, so it's Long versus Hochevar.
Finn Butcher from New Zealand at the top of the course. He needs no introduction. Coach Aaron Osborne is on the bank. Aaron had no fun facts for me, unfortunately, but he is a fun guy. Jigalin charging for that bottom upstream. On the sweep, he has pinned it.
Through to the finish for Zigalin Hojeva from Slovenia, 90. Come on, scoreboard. Give me a 96.13. Goes into fourth position. And that means Mel Long continues to sweat. Long against Butcher. No fun facts about Butcher or about Aaron Osborne, the coach?
Just in general. General fun facts.
Finn Butcher nearly through 14, 15, heads in the gate, so is the boat. But smashing into 16, that's a big hit. But he's fast and gets away. He's got some work to do now. Finn Butcher, 4.9 adrift on the second split and a penalty to add. Needs a fast finish, does the big Kiwi. Gets a good run in, lines up for the tight turn. He's got to work through to the line. It is Merle Long on 102.67. Here comes Butcher. He crosses in 102.82 and he goes into 10th. Merle Long, by my reckoning, now has squeezed into the final, and it is Butcher who is left to wait.
Jakob Krejci in the middle section of the course, cutting it very fine on those main wave moves, but that's all part of his style. Looking very comfortable in the direct on gate 14. Maybe the race within the race, Richard, is how much kudos you can get for going direct for these K1 men.
I would say, but, well, Tim Anderson, good example. He pinned everything, and he's our current leader in 94.53 as Krejci from Czechia, 3.4 down, plus a touch that's just come in on 19, so he's drifting off the lead, 100.43, that's enough. 4 seconds of penalties, so 96.4 the raw time. There's more to come from Krejci in the final, as Lucien Delfour flies into contention.
Lucien knows this course like the back of his hand. He's absolutely one to watch. Picking up a penalty on gate 10, unfortunately, but he has the top end speed to make up for that. Yuji Prišković showing his signature style in the upstream. Gate 2, plenty more of that to come.
Delfour into the last upstream. He's not going to be happy with this run. Time has slipped away. But a penalty on gate 15 has pushed Lucien Delfour way out and way down the list. So results provisional, but a big 50 for Lucien Delfour, something to ponder. As Yuri, bib number 1 out of gate 10. And at the moment, he is facing Riley Galea, who is holding on to 12th position, 8 seconds adrift of the leader, Tim Anderson. He's got to favour Yuri, but he's got to make it. We've seen how close this can be, how things can come unstuck. A penalty for Yuri on 14. Quick turn on 17, the spin. No kudos, Roz.
No kudos, but smart paddling nevertheless. Kudos points for stylish upstreams, I think. Pew!
For Yuri Prišković, the last man down in the men's kayak heats. 12 to go through. One of them will be Yuri Prišković, Tokyo Olympic champion in 98.91. He is in 7th position provisionally. The qualifiers for the final are in 12th, Butcher, New Zealand. Finn Butcher, 8 seconds adrift of Tim Anderson. 102.82 was the time it took to make the top 12. So Butcher, New Zealand in 12. Merle Long for Australia in 11. Michal Kopicek, Czechia in 10. Jakub Krejci, Czechia in 9. Matthias Novak, Czechia, in 8. Jiri Priskovic, Czechia, in 7. Yuzuki Muto, Japan, in 6th. Adam Semerad, the best of the Czechs, in 5th. Zigulin Hocheva, Slovenia, in 4th. Martin Shrabotnik, Slovenia, in 3rd. Ben Pope for Australia in 2nd. And the fastest man in the heats and the last to start in the final, Timothy Anderson, the winning time, 94.53. Stay tuned to your devices because the results are provisional, and as we've seen, there can be some adjustments following judging interventions. Thank you. We take a break and we'll be back when the temperature rises literally and figuratively for the finals.
But the competition is going to heat up this afternoon. Looking forward to it.
Welcome back to Penrith Whitewater Stadium and its finals time at the 2026 Australian Open, an ICF ranking competition. We start with the women's kayak final B, then the men's final B, and we move into the big finals for the women and the men in the kayak category. 20 starters in this small final, and athletes from Great Britain, Czechia, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, independent athlete nation. And starting the proceedings for us will be Amelia Watson for Australia in the under-16s, followed by Madeline Blacklock, Lara Wiley. And right down at the sharp end of this B, we've got Sophia Alpha from Great Britain, young athlete over here for winter training. Amelie Hilgertova, a European champion in the sport of canoe slalom. And Georgia O'Callaghan, who's been in form throughout this ICF ranking series so far. And it is Amelia Watson making her way down 6, 7 and 8 downstream gates, cleaning it up. Penalty early on at gate 2. The course more challenging than the heats course. A couple of adjustments from the course designers, Titouan Duprat and Tunka, international crew, designing the course, and they've made it harder at the start. It's 1 to gate 2, and Madeline Blacklock makes it across into the eddy at 2, so they've learnt strategies that will work for them. And also the last upstream gate has been moved upstream, so it makes the final combination on this 21 gate course more challenging and a bit more of a separator, as we saw yesterday in the C1. So early starters, 20 boats in this field, and a good mix of countries for the Australians. These races, these runs, part of a selection process for squads and teams, and for the rest, for the international athletes, just a good hit out early in the year, the chance to pick up some points and adjust their world ranking on the ICF ranking. So Amelia Watson working her way to the finish. She is the first score on the board coming. Madeline Blacklock we've spoken about, and then it is Lara Wiley. Lara Wiley, bib 29, coming out of gate 5, setting herself up for the trio of downs, and that is where Blacklock is, a bit further down the course. A multitude of downs through the middle section, and she's got to go back up for gate 13. Knows her way past getting up the eddy, so hard work there from Blacklock as our first finisher makes her way towards the line. 1, is it going to be in the 90s? 198.21 for Amelia Watson, the first score on the board in this final B. So Blacklock behind on the time. She's on a good streak of clean gates from gate 13, and then on 19 picks up another penalty. Meanwhile, Lara Wiley up score and chasing her down. So through to the finish and into the lead in 192.0, Madeline Blacklock, but on her heels, another young paddler here in the under-16s, Lara Wiley. She's on the final section further up. It is Isabella Florison and Finn Stevenson. Florison showing a fault on gate 10. And into first place, Alara Wiley with a 156.95. Isabella Florison, also an ICF ranking. It's number 303. Top-ranked athlete in this field is Amelie Hilgertova. She's ranked 41 in the world. So through to the finish, Isabella Florison, and her time comes through in 1:40.06. Just a penalty on gate 11. So good effort from Isabella Florison. Much better improved from those heats where she had a big 5-0 on one of the gates. So good work from Florison to improve. And now, temporarily at least, top of the leaderboard as the next boat to finish. Finn Stevenson presses Lucy Casserly at gate 9. And here comes Cody Davidson. Local paddler from Emu Plains. And good lines through gates 3 and 4 for Cody Davidson. And a good turn out of gate 5. So building a good run, a good start. Same with Lucy Casserly. Top half of the course done neatly and tidily. Finn Stevenson finishes in 1:69.24. Florison leads from Wiley, ahead of Stevenson in third, then Blacklock. And just adrift of that time set by Florison is Casserly. And we'll keep our eye on Cody Davidson. She's got the advantage on the clock. She can hold a good finish here. 1:40.06 the time to beat, but just outside into second position. 1:44.56 for Lucy Casserly in the under. We give prizes here for 18s, under 18s, so something to work towards for these youngsters. Cody Davidson up on the splits, coming into the final section on this finals course, and in behind the gate and across. Good move from Cody Davidson, a strong finish, 1:40.06 the time to beat, and she's going to do that. A few penalties in the second half of the course, but well in front. 1:32.46 for Cody Davidson, ahead of Isabella Florison. So a new leader, Cody Davidson, 1:32.46, and fresh from a clean run and the Forerunners Championship. I have with me Ros talk through that run. You nearly, if you'd been lined up in the heats there, you'd have just been outside the final.
Turns out if you have 20 practice runs and no pressure, racing can feel okay.
That's it, 20 practice runs. You've been sneaking them in, have you? Anyway, great run down the course. Any tips for the rest of the field or predictions?
Don't touch the gates, always a good one. Go fast. Yep. That's about it, really.
You've got to be in it to win it, that's what I say. And toughen up. presenters for our awards ceremony from the State Emergency Services, the volunteers. This is a practice session for the pronunciation. So we have Yako Stikalor Karingai. We have Simon McNamara from Ryde. We have Dana Ingram from Hurstville. We have Lorna Ilunakis from Penrith. And we have Thongsavath Famikse from Parramatta. So please come and... is that okay? I got a thumbs up. That's a good one. Are you... All right, there we go, practicing for the presenters later on. Meanwhile, Cody Davidson hangs on to the lead ahead of Isabella Florison, Lucy Casserly in third. Next to finish is Stella Davis. What are you picking up from the screens, Roz?
We have lots of our Aussie under-23 women on course. Freya Bucock in the middle there as well. Ali Berriman at the top. Pretty exciting racing. So good to see these women out there going hard. They are, most of them, about to start or currently enrolled at university. They've got the dual career. It's tough to balance, but they are nailing it, I'm sure.
Wonderful. Roz, the athlete health and well-being advisor for participants at this race. Lovely. Dual career. You've done it. You're still doing it.
Yeah, I'm redoing it.
Okay, and great to see Alicia Berriman back on course after a little bit of time out. And it takes time for most people to master this sport. Here's one, Ada Mackey. I was chatting to Mr. Mackey earlier, and a great race last weekend in the C1 from Ada. She made the final, and that was a great achievement. So here we go. Freya Bucock next to finish, 2:18.84. Bit of trouble on the last gate, the upstream. And Alicia Berriman 1 second adrift on the second split. So that time from Cody Davidson could be under pressure. Berriman in the under-23s.
Ada Mackey looking cool, calm and collected in the middle section. And we have Masumi Ochi of Japan at the top, looking like she is on the money for this run. Apart from a small touch at gate 5.
Yeah, gate 5's a simple enough gate, but it's caused problems for some of these competitors. And the more challenging gates being done well there by Ada Mackey as she works her way down. She's running faster than the leader, Cody Davidson. Time and penalties. She's getting a bit of a surf. She just finds her way out of that. Ada Mackey out of the last upstream gate. Alicia Berriman still on course according to my screen, as Mackey finishes in a 1:22.78 plus a 50-second penalty at gate 4. No touches. Otherwise, that was a promising run from Mackey. Berriman goes into third with 1:43.15. So Davidson, Florison, Berriman 1, 2, 3. Then it's Lucy Casserly just behind Berriman in fourth. On course now, well, we said Masumi Ochi, but let's watch Sarah Crosby under the bridge there, spinning clean and precise so far, and up on the splits, Roz.
Sarah gets so much acceleration out of every single stroke. She looks like she's going for it, which is the way to race. Cruising across that sweet move at main wave. It's fun to get air there. At the very top of the course, Maria Sokolova, individual neutral athlete. Masumi Ochi slotting into 10th position with a time of 1:92.10. She picked up a 50-second penalty there, unfortunately.
Sarah Crosby building a good run. Just drops in behind 17 though. not quite getting the edging right there, but no time to lose now on the final section. She's made up some speed across the flat. She's a very fast paddler. And just the final upstream to go. Gets across nice and high, in and out of the final gate. So 4 seconds on the clock. She was 8 up on the split, through to the finish, despite that little loop on 17. Sarah Crosby will be the new leader, and she finishes in 126.0, including 4. 126.0 the total, 6 seconds ahead of Cody Davidson. Sokolova, 5 seconds up.
And Courtney Williams at the top of the course, charging out of gate 5 into this tricky stagger under the bridge, going for the spin option, which, to be fair, the majority of the women's paddlers have been doing.
Indeed, and why not? Going cleanly through to the finish line now. Sokolova from the Independent Athlete Nation crosses and goes into the lead. 1:15.89 from Maria Sokolova of AIN. Williams next to finish. And then Ito from Japan and Georgia O'Callaghan in the start blocks. Williams, clean so far, plus 3.5 on the clock, so fast finish from the Kiwi. And she's through and just under. This is a good finish from Courtney Williams. Come on, let's go. One gate between Courtney Williams and the finish. 1:15.89 the time to beat. She's going to slot into second and crosses in 1:20.41. So Courtney Williams, clean run from New Zealand, good finish, and on course, Urumi Ito, clean.
Fabulous work from Courtney, keeping that tail under control in gate 20 there. Top of the course, Georgie O'Callaghan, one of our Aussie reps, absolutely charging. She's been going from strength to strength this past 12 months. Going direct in gate 7 and absolutely nailing it.
That's it, Georgia Callahan, 678, nicely done. Not the quickest on the top, but in touch, that's important. Still a long way to go on this run. In high and tight on gate 10.
Kurumi Ito with just a little bit too much tail heading into that last upstream. Lost a bit of time there. Finishing in 11th with a time of 1:70.23, unfortunately picking up a 50-second penalty there on gate 13.
So spin on 14, head through 15 for Georgia O'Callaghan, gets the bounce, and a good spin on 17. This is a great run from the Australian. It was 1.8 down at the top. She's 0.7 up now. Sokolova, 1:15.89. Gets the surf, knows what to do, gets out of the stickiness, and stays off the poles on the final upstream. Georgia O'Callaghan, new leader, coming through to the finish. 1:15.89, the time to beat. She's under that and crossing in 1:14.68. First place so far for Georgia O'Callaghan. Great, clean run.
Nice work, Georgie. In the middle of the course now, we have Amelie Hilgertova, someone we would expect to see in the A final. That's okay. I'm sure she's going to show us exactly how this course is done.
Indeed, another week for Hilgertova in Australia before she heads back to prepare for the season and the Czech selections, which are fiercely contested. She's up, down on the first split, up on the second split, and just the final gate to go. And a penalty added on gate 20. So 1:14.68 is the lead. She's just going to squeeze inside, I think. 1:12.88, a new leader is Amy Hilgertova. Penalty on 20. Otherwise, a great run from the Czech athlete. And the last boat on course, Sophia Alpha from Great Britain.
Great to see Sophia here training. There aren't too many Brits here this season, so thanks to those who are here. We love having you on the water, showing us the British style.
Wonder if we've got any fans watching in the middle of the night in Britain, perhaps from the Alpha family.
What is it, 2 a.m. there? Maybe 3?
Yeah, let's give it a... Well, it's, you know, the dark hours of the night. Come on, Sophia, finish it off strongly. Up to the last gate. And she just let things unravel a little bit. Penalties at the final frontier for Sophia, but great to see her competing out here in Australia, progressing 1:28.35, drops to 6th. She would have dearly liked to be lining up in that A final, but good effort from the youngster as we watch now.
This is Abigail Watson on course. Maybe a rerun?
Well, yeah, well, a rerun or a late start. I'm not sure we've seen her yet, but here we go. Abigail and sister Amelia in 17th. So Abigail, the last boat down in this B final before we go into the men's B final. A lot of these youngsters probably haven't done this move, Roz. It's not something, you know, on your sort of early trips to Penrith, you don't really do this spin and surf the bottom stopper. But a good challenge for them, a good experience.
Abigail doing a great job there, keeping her boat flat across the stopper.
And 163.44 into 9th position for Abigail, noting that Amelia Watson is in 17th. So there we have it. Amy Hilgertova, Georgia O'Callaghan, Maria Sokolova, 1, 2 and 3. Courtney Williams for New Zealand in 4. Sarah Crosby, the second Australian, in 5th. That is the women's kayak final B, and we'll bring you the men's kayak final B in just a few short moments. is underway in the men's kayak final. B, Simon Watson. He's a veteran in the sport of slalom. Everyone welcome in these ICF ranking races. And we have under 16s and we have masters of a certain age. And Simon Watson on his way. He'll be followed by Jai Deves and Maximus Karamzalis.
Not sure. Well, great to see all the family on the water. They do say that teenage girls with fathers who role model active lifestyles to them are more likely to take part in sport. So good on you, Simon.
Not naming your sources. And a spot of bother for Simon in the eddy at gate 10. SES to the rescue. Jai Deves at the top. Coming under the bridge. So interestingly, early starters here, watch out. We've got Dom Curtin, Mark Crosby, Yuki Tanaka, Kozlov, Muto, Delfour in the first dozen or so boats, 13 in fact. So we've got paddlers that might be looking for a final or a podium normally, finding themselves early on in the B final start list. But this race still means something, so we're going to see some smoking hot runs within minutes, Ross.
Cheer for Jai Deves. He never gives up charging his way around this course. He loves paddling, always has a cheerful hello. Great to have Jai Deves out there today. Maximus Karamzalis at the top of the course. I think he has a fantastic future ahead of him with a name like Maximus. That belongs at the top of the ranking list.
So Jai Deves, 281.89 is the leader. And Maximus Karam will be next to finish. And Tom Bio coming out of gate 10. Tom Bio building a good top section. Cleanly through all of that and paying attention to his lines and making sure he's cleanly through the gates. Maximus coming out of 21 through the finish, number 44, going to move into the lead. Finishes in 150.74, but alas, on gate 20, he has a big penalty. And Tom Bio now, come on, let's finish this off. Struggling to stay off the poles and get his head around it. Tom Bio through to the finish. $121.75 for Tom Bio, new leader, Kayak Final B. Scrambling to get out of the last gate, but he's through to the finish line.
Martin Panzer crushing the direct in gate 17. He's on a good run, but it is early days yet in terms of the remaining paddlers still to come. Dominic Curtin at the top of the course.
Yep, that's it. A part of the Young Gun Parade, a penalty for Curtin early on 5, but well up on the split. He'll be looking at who he's up against here. Some good paddlers. There's Riley Galea at the end. There's Crosby to follow shortly.
I think Martin Panzer has gone into the first position with a time of 106.66, including 2 seconds of penalties.
There goes Curtin through 14-15. The double down coming up here, 16-17. Gets across, goes for the spin. Now carrying 4 seconds. The advantage lost on the split time. But a good move, powers through the hole, early spin, and away through to the finish. Could be the new leader. 106.66, the time to beat. He's outside though, and into second. 109.01 for Dom Curtin, with 4 seconds of penalties. So Panzer for Czechia, Dominic Curtin for Australia, and Tom Bio. Clean run for Tom, that's good. We've seen him having a few struggles. And who's this getting across to? Gate 2, getting away, dropped a little bit there. That's Mark Crosby, but good speed through the downs 3 and 4, and in and out of 5. So fast start from Mark Crosby. And he's up on the first split. Boat a little wayward through gate 8. There's the high up, good entrance into gate 9, catches the wave. So 10 gates done for Mark Crosby. Meanwhile, it is Louis Quick. Louis Quick finishing up his run. Well, 14-15 for Crosby has created some problems over the weekend, but not there, and not here for 16-17. 2.5 the advantage on the second split time, but 17. Little fault, and 20 and away out of the last gate. Mark Crosby chasing down the lead, 106.66. And 107.72, and second position at this stage of the race for Mark Crosby. So Panzer leads for Czechia, Crosby Australia in second, then it's Dom Curtin, and just a couple of seconds separating those athletes, and penalties the difference.
Ivan Kozlov at the bottom section, charging into those remaining 3 gates, going for the spin, catching a bit of an edge, unfortunately.
Well, let's watch bib number 10. It is Tanaka, Yuki Tanaka, and we'll watch his teammate shortly, Yuzuki Muto. I like the way they paddle, these Japanese. They're comfortable close to the poles, but their boat sit up. They're dry lines, and they have good connection. He's just cruising a little bit, and then he's going to pounce on the upstream, brings the boat around. It's fairly effortless. Just good skill from Tanaka, tight through 14 and 15, but still good downstream speed.
I think we can add Yuki Tanaka to the list of coolest boats. I like that design.
You like that? Looks the red and white. Looks a little Canadian. Or not, that's probably insulting. Anyway, here we go, Tanaka, cross in and out of the last gate. Can't quite get the score, but I think it's a good one. We'll bring you that score shortly.
Roland Hammer at the top of the course, charging into main wave. Had a little bit of a recirc at gate 7. Doing a great job anyhow. Sweeping through gate 10. That was pretty awesome.
So waiting for a couple of scores to catch up. Bib 9 on the course, that's Muto, and bib 2 to follow, that's Del 4. So 2 of the best paddlers in this field at the Australian Open. Muto in gate 6, gate 9, I should say, 9 and flying across to 10. Here comes Lucien Delfour, powering down the first drop. Dry boat, setting up for gate 1, bouncing across. He's done that hundreds of times, and good fast exit, getting the run underway for Lucien Delfour. How good is he through those tight downs?
A little bit of a reset for Delfour there in gate 5, but it looks like a Delfour on fire run to me. Charging through the course. He has a point to prove. Yusuke Muto at the bottom, clear of the final gate.
Let's go, Muto.
Pretty fast time, actually.
He's going to be sub 100. And 98.27 for Yusuke Muto. Look, we've lost somebody on the board. We've lost Tanaka. Did he? And yeah, they just disappeared. So they cross the line and go underwater. Bring back their times, we say. Yusuke Muto, that's a good one. 98.27. Let's remind ourselves on the heats. 94.53 was Tim Anderson's time. So that puts it in perspective. The course is a little bit different, but generally speaking, we'd expect a similar time. Lucien Delfour now finishing it off. Good turn, sprinting away through to the finish, even faster. So we're well under the 100, and in a 96.01. Clean score, clean run for Lucien Delfour. And he smashed out the course. Little tight on gate 5. I thought he had to sort of wait to get his head through.
That's the way Lucien likes to paddle. He gives it his absolute maximum in those upstream gates. Very often it's rewarding. Every now and then you have to redo the gate.
Yeah, that's right. It's a calculated risk. You go for the fast technique and adjust accordingly. But a good run, good marker, 96.01. Competitive time. Chris Tubb, though, let's give him credit. Tubb on the course. And we'll be watching Rob McConnell later to see who wins this challenge. Chris Tubb, better than his first run on 16.17, carrying a couple of touches.
Alex Redlich heading into main wave there. Looks like a smooth run so far. It's got the classic style in the upstreams that we see from these young Melbourne paddlers. They don't have many stoppers down there, but that is not a problem. They have been doing so well out there today.
Chris Tubb coming through to the finish. He's turning 50 in a few weeks' time. And he got no 50s from the judges here. 137.69. Throws down the gauntlet to Rob McConnell, who is half a dozen boats away.
Alex Redlich, really nice into gate 17 there. Totally flat boat, in position, no crazy direct moves. At the top of the course, Robert McConnell chasing down Chris Tubb. We also have Toby Watkins on course from Tasmania. We have paddlers here from all around the country: Melbourne, Hobart, Perth. It's a lot of time and money for athletes to get here, but so worth it to get on this start line. Paddle is fantastic whitewater. Match against some of the best paddlers in the world from Australia and internationally. Very nice stop and move into the last gate from Toby Watkins. Jake Werrett at the top of the course, another Tasmanian. Toby Watkins slotting into 9th position, although we still don't have Tanaka's time showing up. So that's possibly a 10th, 130.51. Still plenty more paddlers to come. Rob McConnell charging into that bottom move. Will he direct? Will he spin? At the top of the course, Kai Stafford from WA. It's great to see the WA contingent all the way from the other side of the country. Jake Werrett on a solid run. Jake Werrett charging up for that final upstream. Give him a cheer. Zach Kisella at the top of the course. Zach did Pony Club for 5 years before he found kayaking, but I'm glad that he came across. Loves a bit of rock climbing as well. It's not unusual for our Aussie paddlers to do some rock climbing. That upper body strength really helps. And most of them are thrill seekers as well. Kai Stafford heading out of the main wave section into the tricky staggers. Kai plays the saxophone, so I have no doubt he has the lung capacity to continue charging for the whole course. Bradley Woods at the top. Very nice on gate 3-4 on the stagger there. I almost called him Bradley Cooper, but that's not quite the same person. Nice work in that final stopper from Zach Casella. Zach Casella into 10th position with a time of 1:34.57. Munro McQueen absolutely zinging gate 5. He's on a mission. Bradley Woods, come on, go back for the last gate. Took a bit of a swing in gate 20, number 20. He's back for 21. Reese McRae from WA. Reese is at the top of the course. A little bit off line 1 to 2, but he is back and fighting. Swinging punches, hopefully not swinging poles. Munro McQueen looking very comfortable in those stopper moves. Charging for that finish line. Solid run from the youngster. 1:14.75 for Munro McQueen. David Beck from Germany, charging out of gate 5. Showing how the direct is done in gate 7. So much power in every single one of those strokes. Lost my data. Give a big cheer for Reese McCarray finishing off his run. $1:26.67 for Reese McRae into 10th position. Warwick Draper on course, out to show the young guns how it is done. Super smooth through 3 and 4. Sweeping gate 5.
just been out into the field there, Roz, and there's plenty of heat. And the officials, thank you for bearing that heat. And the competitors, well, it's better on the water than off, but the water temperature is probably around the 26 mark, I'd say. So nothing glacial happening there. Bit of a bounce off the pole for Draper on gate 9.
David Beck has slotted into third position in a time of 1:03.35. The top 5 at the moment, we have Delfour, Muto, Beck, Panza, and Crosby. Warwick Draper heading into that bottom section while we have Sevan Bio at the top of the course. Warwick showing how it is done. Controlled into gate 21.
Holding it together, Warwick Draper through to the finish. Good run from the master. 109.31, just that hit on gate 9. Good improvement from the heats. And a good fight coming from Sevan Bio, really attacking the top part of the course. Trying to keep the momentum going as he sets into the tricky downs. Clean so far. Spinning, making sure. Needs a good bounce and some speed through into the final section. Goes forwards.
Snazzy Staggers from Hunter Florison at the top of the course. All the way over from WA. Hunter's younger sister Izzy was out there earlier this morning.
Well, round and around in the final upstream. That's costly for Sevan Bio. He did it at the top of the course in the heats, a double take on an upstream, and it's happened again. Through to the finish, 1:12.89, 4 seconds of penalties. Great run at the very early stages, but struggled a little bit to hold it through the final section of the course. And Hunter Florison, meanwhile, coming through in the under 23 category, coming through as best he can. He's the next to finish, clean so far, 2.8 down. Remember, the splits are off Lucien Delfour, so that's pretty handy. It slipped away to a 7-second deficit, but still clean. So good work from Florison.
Vit Dvorak at the top of the course. Very comfortable ducking and weaving around those poles. Hunter getting some of those gate poles swinging, but he is charging for this finish line. .111.20 for Hunter Florison, slotting into 8th position just behind Warwick Draper. Bib 37, Luca Tavarosa at the top of the course.
Winning the pretty boat category. Not a bad boat, number 41, but that's not going to be good for the judging. Vit Dvorak, they like to see better than that. The whole head in the gate, and the 50 comes up for the Czech athlete on gate 15. So let's see Luca Tavarosa. He had a clean first run in the heats, and Tavarosa racing in the under 18s, making sure on that entry into gate 9 and around and about gate 10. So good work from Luca Tavarosa, the Victorian, and the speed is on. Good line for Fergus Page Brown, Roz, at the top of the course. Let's keep our eyes on this youngster.
Absolutely. Fergus has done some course familiarisation in C1. Now he's tightening up those lines for K1. His teammate from Tassie, Munro McQueen, had a solid run a couple of moments ago. Fergus doing a very comfortable direct there in gate 7.
Yeah, very crisp style. Quick on his transitions and sure on his lines. So Fergus Page Brown going well at the finish line now, though. Coming through is Luca Tavarasa. Some penalties the back end of the run. 123.64, 14th position for the Australian Luca Tavarasa. And the Aussies so far, well, Lucien Delfour leads the way well out in front, 96.01. Mark Crosby in 6th, 107.72. Dom Curtin in 7th. Warwick Draper 8th. Then it's Hunter Florison, Savan Bio, Munro McQueen, Tom Bio, Alex Redlich and Luca Tavarasa in 14th. Fergus, though, on track to punch into the top 5 if he can get a good finish. And that's a tidy final upstream and a clean run. So good delivery from the Tasmanian. He's going to be around the 110. 111.48, 10th position. That's a good run from Fergus. Just that little time loop at gate 17. Otherwise, he would have been, well, he'd have been mixing it with the likes of Crosby and Curtin. But good effort, good clean run from the junior.
Stepan Koenig at the top of the course from the Czech Republic. He will shortly be followed by Martin Rudolfer. Ahead of them, Carlin Grady, just ducking back around for gate 17. He's not the only one that's done that.
Cernik, Stepan. So we're down to the last half dozen. Cernik, Rudolfer, Mishima, Carter, Stamp, Shmernov. Galea will be the last to go. 13th. Grady, clean run. He's going all right. This is the stadium boy. It's interesting on the splits that generally people can be in touch at the top. Not too far off at gate 6, 5, 6. But that middle, that's where the good athletes like Delfour opens up a gap. And you see those margins. And then the bottom, the same. So 1-0, Cernik on course, his run unraveled a little bit. He was up on the top split, but he ends up in 8th position, 109.19, 6 seconds of penalties. Heat getting to some of these visitors, maybe, Roz.
Definitely something the athletes have to pay attention to, making sure they don't spend too much time in the sun and they stay hydrated. There's a whole crowd of international paddlers out there getting fresh sunburns, I'm pretty sure. Martin Rudolfer looks like he is on a very good run. Slightly behind on the second split.
Exactly what I was saying, 0.4 up in the first section and then +2 seconds, a little stickiness around, but a good run. I would say a good run from Rudolfer from Czechia. And penalties dropping in, or a penalty on gate 20. Goes third, 101.48. So holding on to the bottom is so crucial.
Yu Mishima from Japan showing us that classic Japanese smooth style. Just working for the re-acceleration out of the main wave move there. At the top of the course, none other than Tristan Carter. Always a fabulous paddler to watch in K1. He prefers the C1, but he has historically always given it a go in K1, and sometimes he shows up, the K1 men.
Well, Mishimi getting mashed in 16 and 17. Can you be smooth and crisp?
Definitely.
Because you were describing, and they are smooth, the Japanese generally. We've seen that from Muto. And they're crisp and smooth. I like
if
it.
you're crisp and smooth, you're winning.
Absolutely crisp and smooth. And that's the tagline for some confectionery. And here or a light beer, perhaps. Mishima, he's on the board. They found him. They dug it up from the archives. And a 108.20. Is that what you were pointing at? Yeah, so there we go. Thank you, Roz. Yu Mishima is in 8th, but Yusuke Muto is in 2nd, behind our leader, Lucien Delfour. Be interesting what the A finalists can come up with. 96.01, the marker. Carter going well. Just a half a dozen seconds and a bit more there from gate 20 penalty, and stuck in the last up. So finishing off. Come on, paddlers, finish it off. Carter through to the finish. Touches at the final hurdle. 113.8 for Tristan Carter. James Stamp on course, followed by Igor Shmernov.
James Stamp has such fantastic posture. He has been ducking around those poles since he was a tiny kid. His parents are often volunteering. Mia is out there judging. Hopefully she's got an umbrella and not too much sun.
Stamp going well, 5 seconds. The margin, but a good spin to finish. Can he control it? He does. What a great finish from James Stamp. Flies across. Good spin on gate 20, and this is a great run from the young Victorian through to the finish line. 103.07 into 4th position. You got to love it. What do you think about that?
That was a very
Crisp and
good
smooth.
run. Nice work, James. He slotted in ahead of quite a few international names there.
Absolutely. Clean run. I like the way he whipped the boat around. A nice flat spin. Riley Galea. Measuring the top section, not giving it all his speed and power, just enough to get a fast start, and then to try and maintain it. It's interesting, some athletes, they fly at the top down to sort of 9-10, let's say, and they struggle to maintain tempo and intensity. Galea hasn't really hit the throttle yet.
Do you know what? A measured run from Riley Galea is a beautiful thing.
Here he's stepping on it a little bit around those turns, very tight on 9 and 10. Stays off the poles, thankfully. He's a second adrift on the very top split. We won't talk too much about Smirnov. Something in his drink there, 61.5, the deficit. And here comes Galea. The pole's swinging, but he does well enough, or does he? So probably choices there, not the best. 14 and 15. For Riley Galea and around the back. So the last man down isn't going to adjust the first three. The first three are Lucien Delfour, Yuzuki Muto of Japan in second, Martin Rudolph of Czechia in third. The best of the rest of the Australians in the B final. James Stamp, great run from James Stamp, 103.07. He's in fourth. Beck in fifth. He is not a happy man, Galea, as he crosses in 18th and 116.21. So frustration for that Victorian, but some good paddling there. Obviously from Lucien Delfour, Roz, 96.01, clean, comfortably in front of Muto. And I'll call out James Stamp as the performer of, a young performer in that B final, stepping up when he needed to.
Absolutely fabulous work there from James. Lucien Delfour, when he's on fire, very familiar with that top break position. It'll be interesting to compare his time with those in the A final coming up soon. The women's K1 final starting at 1:05. 1 o'clock according to Richard. My schedule might be an old one.
That's what Suvi Data is telling us, 1 o'clock for the women's kayak final, followed at 1:35 by the men's kayak final. 12 boats in each of those finals, and everything to play for at the 2026 Australian Open. the 1 o'clock start in the women's kayak final here at the 2026 Australian Open, and off to a flying start is Katerina Bekova, kayak cross winner last week, and bouncing around at gate 5, and there's a penalty on the board for the Czech paddler for the spin at 7. So Bekova will set the marker for the rest of the field, and the next boat to go is Sona Stanovska.
And a Slovak to kick off the racing. Plenty of nations representing in this final. We have an individual neutral athlete, a couple of Czechs, a couple of Slovaks, Aki Yazawa from Japan, Slovenia, Poland, USA, Great Britain, and don't forget a couple of Aussies.
Couple of Aussies indeed, none other than the leader out of the heats, Naomi Fox, and the bronze medalist at the World Championship, Kate Eckhart. So Katerina Bekova, early penalty into the bounce, does that nicely, keeps up the intensity, and Katerina Bekova comes into the final stage. She's ranked number 31 in the world, clips the pole, the bottom of the pole, taking some gel coat off, and slips away from the eddy. A lot of speed coming into that turn. I think you need to settle it. So Bekova, some promise on that run, but unfortunately finishing in a scrappy way, and through to the finish, a time to beat of 1:27.10.
Sonia Stanovska nailing the direct at 7 at the top of the course here. She is very familiar with this course. She's been coming here since she was a pretty young teenager. Can't get enough of that summer heat. Coached by Yana Dukatova. So great to see another female coach out there at the highest international level.
Absolutely. She's come with an entourage. Parents, coach. And here we go, Sona building a good run. Looking good on the board. Lots of blue on our screen. Blue is clean. Yellow is 2 seconds, and red you want to avoid. You don't want to see red on your scoreboard. That's a 50. But Sona gets out of trouble a little bit on 17. She's 6 up on the split, but that's to be expected. And tidally through 20, makes sure on the cross and in and out of the final upstream. So the new leader has, from Slovakia, over the Czech. They used to be one team. Now they fill the finals separately. 1:12.62 for Sona. Penalty on gate 20 added to the time.
At the top of the course, Alzu Minasova, an individual neutral athlete, a little low into gate 2, but fighting back for the rest of this course.
They are all good in this final. Minasova, then Mrazkova, the Czech athlete. Pankova, watch out for her. Perhaps an early leader. And then it's Kate Eckhart halfway through. Then Akiyazawa of Japan, seasoned competitor. Evelina Hocheva, part of the future. Young athlete from Slovenia. Svelinska, the world champion. Ria Schreiber, she had a flyer in the heats. She'll be third from the end. Then Kimberly Woods, she knows how to race. And Naomi Fox, the leader of the field from the heats. So lots of speed to follow. Minasova.
Very tidy through the middle for Minasova. Holding it together through the second last stagger. Into the crux move at the bottom of the course. Will we see anyone go direct on this move, Richard?
Yes, I think so. Possibly. Lucian nailed it. We will see. And through to the finish is Klara Mrazkova. Or Minasova, I should say. Alsu Minasova, Klara Klara Mrazkova on course. She's 2 down on the top split. 121.91 into second for Minazova of the AIN. Bekova in third for Czechia. Stanovska 112.62. Good effort early on, but wide open. The scoreboard is wide open. Well, making a meal of that section, Mrazkova, before she gets to the tricky part. That was gate 12, but back on track for the Czech. You can see it from where we are, or I was looking at that angle there. When you just see a little bit of hull, it's a good sign. They're going to get that bounce as they come
Definitely
from 16 to 17.
pays to stay on top of that stopper. Oh, the trade-off in gate 20 between a fast spin and a touch.
And she takes both of those, fast and dirty, not fast and clean for Mrazkova. Through to the finish, she will slot into second with a 119.06, still in front. Stanovska for Slovakia, 112.62. 4 boats have finished, 8 to come.
At the top of the course, Zuzana Pankova pulling hard. Such impressive racing from her yesterday. Sweeping through gate 9.
Runs around a little on 10, but a clean start. She's 0.4 behind Stanovska. Good fast flat turn in the kayak. She's technically on point. Physically as well. She's got good race head. We've seen that in all of these races. She's very consistent, and she's up on the split time by 0.9.
Very nice through 16, 17, 18. 1 move remaining for Pankova. Oof, taking a touch, but the line's pretty fast.
That's right, looking at the pole and hit it with the paddle. So a penalty on 20 for Pankova, Slovakia. 112 the time to beat. She gets there easily. 109.09. New leader, Zuzana Pankova from Slovakia.
And an Aussie on course. Get your cheer squad out. Kate Eckart. Launching through gate 7. She's a pocket rocket, so incredibly strong.
That's right. And she's following Pankova as a pocket rocket too, if we're going to use that descriptor. Here comes Eckart. Nice entry into 9. Good bounce off the way, flying in. Takeoff and landing from Kate Eckart. She's a 2.5 adrift on the first split, but I'd say if she can hold this tempo, she will be in touch with the lead.
Just such nice positioning around the poles there, Richard. In control, but keeping that boat moving.
That's it, a few hard pulls and then settle into this, the jump. And in safely above 17 for the turn. 3.9 the deficit on Zuzana Pankova, but a strong finish and a clean finish. And she does that. Let's get out of the hole, Kate Eckart. She does that really well. Tight and high. Good finish. Kate Eckart chasing down Zuzana Pankova. 109 the time to beat. She's close. Will she make it? 108, 109, 110, 110.82. Second place for Kate Eckart. What a finish.
Nice run from Kate there. At the top, Aki Yazawa. Also looking like she's on a good run. Very fast under the bridge.
Such good racing in this women's kayak final. Pankova leads for Slovakia. Eckart in second for Australia. Great run. She was 3.9 adrift at the second split and then 1.7 behind at the finish.
Yazawa in touch with the first split. Saved a little energy there through the main wave section, unfortunately picking up a touch on gate 14.
.2 adrift on the second split time. That includes the penalty. So good speed from the Japanese paddler. I would say there's a bit of Australia in that boat, those colours. What do you think, Ros?
It's more Aussie than the Aussie boats, I'd say.
Yes, exactly. She's going, I've been to Australia so much. I want some nice design. Green and gold through to the finish. Yazawa of Japan, 109.09. She's outside of that and goes into fourth, 114.02. So Pankova, Slovakia, leads 109.09. Kayak, Australia in second, 110.82. Sona Stanovska, Slovakia third, 112.62. That's the virtual podium with 5 boats to finish. Hochevar, Zvolinska, Shribar, Woods and Fox.
Hochevar is so far. She is absolutely charging down this course. Very high stroke rate, which is typical for her. She charges 100% every run. She's a tiny bit ahead on the first split.
Absolutely, coached by father Simon. She came out early with the brother, Zigulin Hochevar, and they were looking after one another on and off the water. She said he's good on the water, but not good in the kitchen, about her brother. Here she comes through the bottom section. She is on the money. 0.2 in it. Goes for the early spin. Takes the pole with her. It was fast, but not clean. So Hochevar has some work to do to cross the line ahead of the time set by Pankova, 109.09. And she's very close, and she does it. Oh, no, she doesn't. 109.29, so 0.2 of a second separate Pankova, the leader, from second, and that's Eva-Elina Hochevar. So fast turn and the touch on 20 has to settle for second. Kate Eckhart hanging on to third, with Zvolinska, Shribar, Woods and Fox still to come.
Zwolinska killing it in that main wave move at gate 9. Unfortunately picking up an early touch on gate 6. Pretty much the opposite style to Eva-Elina, long slow strokes, but there is nothing slow about Zwolinska's boat.
Smooth. She's a smooth operator, Claudia Zwolinska. She's a happy paddler. Loves being here. Why wouldn't you? We have snow drifts at home. And here, sunshine. And comes across just in the nick of time, gets inside 7. There's professionalism for you. She's running late, and she picks up the speed and just makes the train, keeps herself on track. +3 on the second split, needs a good finish. So Claudia Zwolinska also collects a penalty in the final section, gate 19, added to the score. So 112.67 into 5th. 3 boats to come. Kate Eckhart in 3rd. Pankova still leads. 109.09, the fastest time. 110.82 in 3rd. Shribar on course.
Ria Shribar from the USA cutting some tight lines at the top of the course. The course is a bit more open at the top. The paddlers are unleashing their full strength and power, and then into the tricky section from the middle through to the bottom. So many staggers, so many stoppers.
That's right, this is the hanging on section. You've got to hang on to your paddle. You've got to hang on to your head and stick to your plan. And that was nicely done, Ria Shribar. Tidy spin, clean so far. Second split coming up. We'll see how she's faring. I'd say just a little adrift. 2 seconds. That's nothing with the finish ahead. A good finish, and you're in. cleanly through 20. So one gate to go for the American. Surfs across. She took it easy, making sure. Tidy paddling from Ria Shribar, fighting for the finish. 109.09. She's really close to that. And 111.62 and a 50 added on gate 6 for Ria Shribar. So unfortunate late addition to the scoreboard. She's now in 10th position.
Cutting fine lines doesn't always pay off.
111.62 the time, plus a 50. Yes, too tight at the top. Woods now on course.
Looking very strong. Kimberly Woods is on a flyer. Such an exciting paddler to watch, Kimberly. From Great Britain. She has been out here training this summer for quite a while. She knows this course super well. An incredible athlete. She is sweeping her way through staggers and upstreams alike.
Yes, good form from Kim Woods, up on the top split by 0.6. And just caught there in the maelstrom, 16-17. She's lost the advantage that she was just building. And so time has slipped away. She's got to fight hard in this final section. Goes for the forward line, just falls away slightly. So great top, great promise, and a good middle from Kim Woods, but the bottom section making it difficult for her. As Noemi Fox now, the final boat on the course, comes away from gate 5.
Noemi Fox absolutely attacking this run. I love to watch Noemi race. So stylish out there, such smooth lines. When you add that power in, she is fabulous to watch.
Well, unfortunately, very tight at the top on the downs. Here she is getting out of gate 10. Good on the double up. Fast on the clock into the tight middle section. Going now for the direct lines, picking up a penalty there.
Very nice spin in gate 17 from Noemi Fox. Coming into this bottom section. Yeah, she goes direct and absolutely kills it. What a move.
Nails the hard stuff through to the finish for Noemi Fox, but the 50 on gate 4 tells the full story. 105.01 the raw time, smashed the raw time, but a penalty on 4 the difference, and into 11th position with just Ria Shrivar behind. So disappointment there at the top, but what a finish. And no doubt though about the early leader and the winner, Zuzana Pankova, 109.09 ahead of Eva-Elina Hochevar, 109.29, so very close there, and Kate Eckhart, 110.82 in third. So medal for Australia with Kate Eckhart, repeating her success from the World Championships. So podium once again for Australia at the 2026 Australian Open, with the men's final still to come. Men's kayak final now. And who better to kick us off than Finn Butcher from New Zealand. We see it so many times. First to start. Puts a big piece of scoreboard pressure on for the rest of the field. Can that person be Finn Butcher? Very tight. That's good paddling through 5, 6 and 7. 6, 7, 8. So a good fast start from Butcher. He scraped into this final, Ros.
He scraped in, but it is fabulous to see a strong paddler leading the final, laying down a time, hopefully, for the others to chase. Even better when that paddler is one of our friendly neighbours from across the ditch.
He's the third highest ranked athlete in this final, ranked 9th in the world. Highest ranked is Yuri Priskovic, he's 4th, and Jakub Krejci, the 2 Czech athletes. So he's in the top 10. And he goes forwards, brave line, 17, 18, just inside. Picked up a touch on 15. Fast across the pool, setting up here for the move. Goes for the spin. And that spin is handy.
That was a very nice spin, super nice in 21. He's got those upstreams dialed. Unfortunately, there was a little touch there, but a strong run from Finn Butcher.
Into the lead, as you'd expect for the first boat, down 98.33. 2 seconds of penalties in there. So he will now wait as the young gun learned to paddle in Idaho, USA, and now perfecting his craft in Penrith, New South Wales. He's tidy for a big boy. He's got quick little strokes, crisp strokes, Ros.
He's got flair, Merle Long. Giving it everything he's got in this run. It is shaping up to be a very tidy run. You're right.
Flair and power. Big, strong paddler, Merle Long, fights his way to the finish in the kayak cross. Here he needs precision, skill, consistency. Climbing the ways there, good squirt, keeping the tempo up, quick little strokes. He's got to get across now. Can he make it? Ducks into 15. We'll come back to that one. He gets away with it. +3 on the split time behind Finn Butcher. Remember, Butcher had a late touch. And Merle Long now into the final section, giving it everything. What great experience. And just not quite neat enough on that, Ros.
Very nice in the move at gate 17, but taking a touch on gate 20 for Merle Long, charging for the finish line.
.104.22 for the Australian. Penalty on 20. And that slipped away from him. What a promising start, though. Good skill, speed and power. Promising future for the young Australian. Still to come for Australia, we have Benjamin Pope and Tim Anderson. They will be rounding out the field, but before them, Sebastian Montalto. So 3 more Aussies in the mix. And right now, the first of a pack of Czechs. What do we call a pack of Czechs? Collective noun.
A flock?
A flock of Czechs?
They fly on the water. Matthias Novak, a fast run, but picking up an early touch, unfortunately.
Novak, known for his speed in the kayak cross. The kayaks in Czechia have always been up there. I mean, always in, since, let's say, in the last 15 years with Radilek, Tunka, Prindis, paving the way for the likes of Yuri Priskovic to follow. Krejci now, the young generation, and Novak we'll see tomorrow. So not his best work coming through the finish. 96.33 untouched at the top. That's Finn Butcher from New Zealand, clean, and it's a 108.64. So often we see it in the men's kite final. They just try too hard and they forget what they were taught in school about being neat and tidy.
You've got to absolutely charge in the final, Richard. So sometimes it's hard to strike that balance. Matthias Novak went for the direct on that bottom move. He didn't quite pull it off. Mikhail Kopacek at the top of the course, hoping to put down something extra special here today.
I love it. I'm getting coaching here from Ros Lawrence. You've got to absolutely charge in the final. None of this slow, easy does it. In my day, we could build the run. You had minutes to spare. Here we go with Kopacek, 14-15. Some boats seem to just slide through there easily, and others, it becomes the biggest challenge of their lives. 17 spun nicely. 4.84 the deficit. And the 101.88, second position for Mikhail Kopacek of Czechia, 5 seconds behind Butcher. So Butcher is hanging on comfortably to that lead after 4 boats. Still a long way to go, of course, but that's showing as a clean run. Was he a little scrappy at the finish, or did he nail it? I'm just trying to think what's a good time.
It was pretty solid the whole way, I think.
So next up is Krejci, and Krejci is flying. 1.5 on the first split, the advantage. Sets up, sweeps. Look at that speed. He eases in, and then a quick sweep, and then the power comes on.
A little bit of whiplash there in gate 12, maybe.
I'd say so, yeah. Just paddling on edge, and then easing up, bouncing in nicely. Yeah, he's got speed to burn, and he needs to turn it on now, even though he's 2 seconds up on Finn Butcher. Just the finish section, goes forwards and fights across, lost a little bit of ground, stay off the poles, and the sprint to the finish, 96.33 the time to beat. I'd say he lost his advantage in that up, but he might still hold on. 95, 96, goes into first place with 95.97, Jakub Krejci.
At the top of the course, Yuri Prishkovich. If anyone is going to blow this time out of the water, it's him. So many years, for more than a decade, in fact, Yuri has been showing the world how it's done in the upstreams.
Exactly, so much so that they've copied him, and the Yuri techniques are now used around the world. 1.3 behind at the top split. That won't worry Yuri. He likes to build a big run. Good speed. Squeezing the lines nicely there. Goes for the spin.
He knows how to do a fast spin, I must say. That edge control and the powerful sweep really lends itself to very fast spins. Going direct, however, in 17, he's very comfortable in the stoppers, so this bottom move shouldn't be a problem for him.
Sets it up. Yuri goes forwards on the inside, and does he do it better? No, he doesn't. He's slipping away. Hits the bollards. It's a bit like motor racing when you go into the tyres on the side of the track. It's not considered to be fast. It's slipping away from Yuri Prishkovich. He's clean, but 100.31 and goes into third position. 95.97 the time to beat. Sebastian Montalto.
The young gun from Melbourne is out to make his mark in the final today. Seb Montalto, very fast in the upstreams. If he can pull these staggers off, he will be laying down a run to keep an eye on. He's the 7th paddler off. 5 more to come. Looking very solid so far. Richard, we've seen 3 men go direct in that very bottom move so far, and none of them have quite pulled it off, which I think just goes to show how fabulous Noemi's direct was. Seb still crushing it halfway through.
Took a high line out of that upstream, but he kept the boat flowing. He's cleanly through the middle section. He was a little bit adrift at the top, but not much, and now he's pulling it off beautifully. 17-18 forwards. First is Krejci, second is Butcher, third is Priskovic, and good work. This is one of the best runs at the bottom from Sebastian Montalto. Gets the flow, good support for the Victorian through to the finish. 95.97, he's outside of that, but goes into third. 98.43 for Sebastian Montalto. He drifted away through the middle section. His deficit was 4.6, but he reeled it back. And at the finish, he's just 2.4 behind the leader, Jakub Krejci. Great paddling, clean, kept his cool.
Very exciting to watch. Great run from Seb Montalto. Adam Semerad, our final Czech paddler on the course. We have 5 of them, 6, 5, can't count, 5 in the final.
That's right, a handful of Czechs, we'll call that. And they're on top. They've thrown everything at it, and the leader is Jakub Krejci. I don't think Semerad, he's 1.5 adrift at the top split. He's picked up a penalty. We won't write him off. We'll just say the challenge is on. Still to come, Žigalin Hočevar. He's a fast man, and his compatriot Martin Shrabotnik, and then the 2 Aussies to finish, Ben Pope, Tim Anderson, and Montalto in third. Through the finish, Czech 101.47 in fact, 101.47 for Adam Semerad. So no change at the top. Krejci, Czechia, Butcher, New Zealand, Montalto, Australia. And then now we are watching the fastest switcher in the canoe, but in the kayak he's pretty handy too.
Žigalin Hočevar for Slovenia. You can see in that style, every stroke is where it needs to be. I think he brings that from his C1 technique. So fast, absolutely exciting to watch. Very comfortable in gate 9.
I notice how these top paddlers, they find time. So the boat's running fast. They find time by just letting it settle to judge, like judging that entry into 9, super high, comes out tight, picks up the flow. This is good, easy paddling. He's not exhausting himself. He's saving physical push for this part of the course now. Gets his head just inside 15 and 16, 17. Checks and goes. Good run here from Hočevar. He's on the money, just a second off the time set by Krejci. Remember, Krejci drifted away here. Good finish needed, but it's not there for Hočevar. He didn't believe it. Gets back up, but the clock working against the Slovenian. He just lent on his stroke, so run drifted away from Hočevar, and he finishes in 4th, 99.41. Montalto still in 3rd. 3 boats to go. Shrabotnik, Pope, and Anderson.
A little bit of heartbreak there for Žigalin at the bottom of the course. That move is taking a few scalps here in the K1 men final. Martin Srabotnik on course, and then 2 Aussies to bring it home. So much more action to come.
Just caught around the pole at gate 10, a little too eager. Second behind the leader, Krejci, on the top split, and he's probably dropped another second back with that. Good line through 12, 13, sets up early, and just clipping 14. So not the crispest run for Martin Srabotnik, but still work on the bottom. 4.75 is the gap, and the gap on the podium is 2.46 off the lead, and Srabotnik fighting. It's an uphill battle for the Slovenian. Montalto in 3rd, 98.43. It's going to be close. Montalto holds on. Shrobotnik goes 5th. Australia has a medal with 2 Australians to come. Krejci leads 95.97. Butcher 96.33. Montalto 98.43. Pope on course. Anderson in the starting gate.
Benjamin Pope looking very tidy at the top of the course. Originally from WA, he has been training in Penrith for quite a while now. He knows this course super well. He's very comfortable. Absolutely putting everything he's got into this run. There's nothing quite like racing on a home course. Looking snazzy.
So a little tweaking going on with the scoreboard as the judges check the scores. Butcher has been pushed down with 4 seconds of penalties added. So Krejci leads, Montalto in 2nd, Hochevar now in 3rd, and 2 Australians still to come. So medals assured, medal assured for Montalto. Well, for Australia, and it is between Pope and Anderson. And now Pope 2.7 down on the second split, comes in softly enough to get the line across. It's a fast finish from Ben Pope, closing down on the lead of Krejci. 90 seconds, and he could even go into the lead here. Ben Pope crosses 95.97, equals the time set by Krejci. So we have a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Krejci, Pope, 95.97. And then Montalto in 3rd, 98.43.
It's not every day you see a 95.97 matched for 1st and 2nd. One more paddler on the course can move those people out of the 1st position. Tim Anderson coming into main wave.
Well, there was a lot on the line for Pope and Montalto. Anderson here building his run, not being flustered. We've seen so many of them just setting up for these quick turns and then just a fast little pull, crisp strokes from Anderson. Makes sure on 14.15, that's the way to do it. Good lines from the Australian and a good bounce. And coming good, 3.3 adrift. So 95.97 the time to beat. And away from the last gate for Tim Anderson. He did drop away on the entry. It's going to be tight, but outside the 95.97 for the lead. Goes 5th. Timothy Anderson into 5th. So Krejci and Pope hold hands together with 95.97. Sebastian Montalto for Australia, 98.43 in 3rd. Then Jigolin Hochevar in 4th, 99.41. Tim Anderson 5th, 99.93. We got another tie. What's going on? Martin Shrobotnik tied in 5th with 99.93. It must be the heat. Just they're close together too. Priskovich and Butcher, just 200 separating them. So very tight, Ross. Very tight at the top. But Krejci and Pope, Montalto are the medal winners.
Very exciting paddling there in that men's K1 final. There was so much heartbreak in the first few boats off the rank, but the end of the field really pulled it together. And Richard, I think we might need a recap on the women's K1 results as well. Noemi Fox in the lead. She, for a moment, had a 50-second penalty on her time, but that is no longer there. A time of 107.01 with that incredible direct at the bottom. That puts Zuzana Pankova in 2nd position, 109.09, and Eva Alina Hochevar in 3rd, 109.29. Very tight racing. Kate Eckhart narrowly missing out on a medal in 4th position.
Absolutely correct. That is now official. Fox Pankova Hochevar 1, 2, 3. So Hochevar on the podium in the women's, and Hochevar just off the podium in the men's. But Zigolin yesterday, of course, in the C1 was very, very powerful and convincing. So Jakub Krejci, great run. Ben Pope matched it, and Montalto, what a great run for the young gun.